Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is Kevin, and today I'm going to play Tyranny. Spoilers for those that are looking for it at new. Okay, so without ado, let's begin. I forgot how loud this gets. Let's see, graphics, sound. I do like the music. It's just. Gonna continue where I left off, which is up on the spire. And I did end up apologizing to Obsidian for going over the embargo. They seemed really chill about it too. Blink away, the last luminescence trails in your field of vision. The masonry of Ascension Hall is replaced with wide open space in every direction, save for the slab of ancient stone beneath your feet. High winds shove you, pushing you off balance. The air is cool and thin, unsatisfying to your lungs. Is this? Yes, this must be the mountain spire. When was the last time? I need to wrench. This is certainly a change. Damn cold change. I think I could land on my feet if I jumped. Not that it would matter for long. Kairos, be merciful. What now? Every way you look, we're on top of Vendrian's Well. How did we get all the way up here? More importantly, how do we get down? Vendrian Guard must be rounded up and conscripted. The disfavored must be run down. The edict is gone, standing. If I were a conscript down there, I'd run for and thank my good fortune. I've bloodshed for one day. That much sounds sensible, at least. We understand what happened. We need to drop anchor in this battle and regroup. Send word to voices in the rat. Floweth. Our glory overfloweth. We would be happy to carry such good. We hand her a note. Everybody witnessing what just happened knows the edict is over, but we should report to Narat. I'll return with any news he has for me. Get through that portal. No telling how stable it is, but it looks closely. Images of Ascension Hall in the haze. Well, if your train dies, that is. Of course, even if it's not stable, the alternative is jumping, so what choice do we have to lose? Kairos. Group, how did currents of magic glow? Where's that? Strange that you saw this first. Glory to Kairos. Keep watch over Vendrian's Well for us. Consider these lands the Archon of Secrets. It has been a pleasure in the loins to watch you fight. Good fate binder, the voices will be most pleased. The edict resolved, our purpose is clearly in focus. The disfavored must be slain. No doubt on the very definition of the enemy of the Overlord. I didn't just resist, I led others into resistance, so I know what happened. But I know when I've met my match, and like most folk, I'll do whatever it takes to live. Show me mercy, I will pledge my life to you, good fate binder. Serve me well and all will be for... You'll have my fealty. It is yours. Ebb, the Tidecasters do pledge life and loyalty to Alice. Conversation. I need a healer. Vengeance well. For the second time since the outpost began, conquest began, Kyrus' army take the citadel from its defenders. With your help, Vendrian's guard rebellion has been crushed. Having taken Ascension Hall with your Scarlet Cohort allies, you satisfy the terms of the edict. You and the forces of Kyrus are free from the Overlord's death sentence. With the threat of execution no longer looming overhead, the Overlord's armies turn their attention away from the Citadel and toward each other. The tensions that flared over the long siege reached explosive crescendo as the disfavored Scarlet Chorus armies clashed iron and bronze in a hasty, disorganized battle. After a brief exchange that left his soldiers bloodied, Graven Ash withdrew his armies, pulling from the valley, disfavored back to secure the fort in Blade Grave. Once his armies had finished licking their wounds, the voices of Norette ordered the Scarlet Chorus to gather in the Stone Sea and prepare for war, this time against their former allies. The Arcana Secret instructed his soldiers to respect your lawful claim over the spire. A few greedy stragglers still lurked in the valley. The Scarlet Chorus were very content to leave your stronghold uncontested. As day passed, wounded and injured were nursed to health. You explored your strange bastion and planned your next steps with careful deliberation. As word spread that the Scarlet Chorus and Disavowed turned into their factions once resolved to bend their knee, are inspired instead to continue fighting. The Archon's feud has heralded the collapse of the Kairos offensive. Tunon, the Archon of Justice, observes the chaos and discord spreading throughout the land. The Archon summons his Fatebinder to return to the court at the Bastard City and report on our actions in Vendrian's Well. Our petty squabbles over a delayed siege have no doubt evolved into a respectable civil war. Which isn't what we want to hear on this matter. By now he is pulling back to cacophony. I suggest you don't keep him waiting. Last time someone kept the voices in Norette waiting, he pulled the skin off their head and moved their bones into a shape of a glaring eye. Needless to say, that didn't heal well. Do that to be seen, you Fatebinder. Dizzying energy from the spire falters. Whatever force awoke the powers that reside here gathers and fade. Though a faint hum persists in the sculpture at the center. What? Stepping past the portal. Mike's just vanished. It was just here. How many curious sculpture pulses?
Yes.
On closer inspection, a series of symbols carved around the base of the sculpture come into view. As you stare at the symbol, the chill of the wind baits and your chest swells with warmth, the air finally feeling welcoming, your lungs sated at last. I'd be careful going any closer. This whole tower is humming with energies that we don't understand. Andrew holds up cool voice. Didn't say back away. Let's just find to be cautious. Staked your claim on the tower and everything in it. Where that sculpture is, it belongs to you. Feel dizzy. Do you feel dizzy? What is this? The surface of the stone orb trembles at your words. A brief moment, solid rock undulates, a quiet pond ripples in the rain. This thing... Your voice for a moment there sounded like a song. The sculpture is once again still. There's a rush of warmth through your body and a jolt of enervation readies steadies your balance. A barrage of tactile sensation floods your mind as you feel footsteps and wind. But not on your face or your limbs. A moment later, the flood of information begins to make sense. You are feeling the wind against the spire and everything, even the weight of your own feet, as if the spire were a second spine. The connection made, you feel awareness around from place, not as a traveler, but as a glimpse. Toward you. Recognize this place as left where you served during the war. Near this settlement, built at the joining of the ancient walls, you see a breach with massive masonry. Spire for some. Okay. Shadows envelop you. You sense your figures haunt the stone hall, drifting emanations of cloud, claw, and fang. They pay you no heed, but you fear them all the same. In the depths of this forbidden place, you feel the deepest chamber bathed in light. An arcane symbol illuminates the floor. Though the details hurt your eyes when you focus. With a gentle tug, focus pulls back to a new horizon. It takes a moment. Recognize it as Vendrin's well. You return to the awareness of your immediate surroundings. The effect leaves you unsteady on your feet. The link between you and the spire recedes. The arcane bond is still present, but the mystical energies, for the moment, are quiet. Your body is flooding with excitement and fatigue. It's unclear whether the mystic connection is strengthening you or siphoning. The tower offers nothing, by the way, answer, and you know that asking would only yield more silence and mystery. The deluge of sensation is over, but the positions of the spires still linger in your mind. From your vantage point atop the mountain spire, you can easily spot the mysterious structures, each of them rising above their distant surroundings. Did you sense that? Lantry signs ascend in the air, squinting as he works as a cantrip. The ripples are everywhere. When you move, the magic of this place stirs and churns. That portal over there, those burning braziers, they all glow more intense as you approach. I think it's responding to your presence. Before we get ahead of ourselves, it's worth remembering that you ended Kairos' edict. That's no small feat. Maybe your connection to this place is related. Either way, it sounds like something for the arcane-minded to investigate. Speak with me after you see Tuna on Fatebinder. The disavowed need to be shown their place. If a dog acts up, you use a firm hand to put it back down. If we are to succeed in the tears, we must work quickly. I will be waiting. Skill trainer. Everybody has glowing conversations. Barrack stares at you through his narrow eye slits. The evidence that he still lives, the steam of heavy exhalations that escape his. Are you okay in there, Barrack? He continues to stare unmoving, though you can't see his face. You get the impression that his mood is darkened even further. This stench of armor exudes.
betrayed Graven Ash, the Legion, and our northern countrymen. As far as I'm concerned, you are a traitor to this campaign. And your office compelled you to support the cause of a raving madman? Let us be clear on one point. You have my blade, but my heart belongs to Ash and the North. I am a weapon bound to you only by duty.
At least in theory, I'm supposed to be observing history and not getting myself wrapped into it. All the same, this is the thrill of a lifetime. Rarely does one stand so close to monumental moments in the making. For the moment, the Scarlet Chorus could be considered an ally. Let us hope the Archon of Secrets continues to find you entertaining enough to remain friends. The disfavored, on the other hand, will be a certain threat. The Civil War has removed Ash's pretense to play well with others. So, I must ask, are you planning on taking sides in the Civil War? Or do you have other plans? Dutifully spoken. It is Tunon's duty to arbitrate matters between the Archons, so this rift between Ash and Nerat certainly falls under his jurisdiction. And here you are, thrust in the middle of the dispute. No doubt the mighty adjudicator will be relying heavily on you to get to the truth of the matter. Whatever you do next, consider that many eyes will be upon you, for you have both delivered and taken away the Overlord's edicts, and few will know how to make sense of the latter. You are an exception the Archons cannot afford to ignore. They will likely aim to control or destroy you. Most of Kairos' edicts were either worded to end in a manner of the Overlord's choosing, or the edicts have simply continued in perpetuity. That's not to say there haven't been stories of broken edicts. They're just uncommon. The oldest is, I think, Golbraith and the Edict of Sorrows, and that tale dates back to around the year 110. Aside from you, the most recent was the Edict of Twisting Grasses, back in 380. In all these stories, Kairos' edict very clearly gives its victim a single way to escape, and someone manages it. What's never happened is the pure abatement of an edict, like using a spell of warding or cancellation.
Let's discuss current
Of course. How can I help? The spires predate us all. As far as I know, we're the only ones who've been up here since... ever? I think this might be a first. Perhaps the real Trailblazer had trouble getting down and was lost to history. Of course. How can I help? Are you asking for an objective assessment? Or is this your way of saying you want to gossip? You must have some leverage over him, as I would have thought he'd lead us into a disfavored trap long ago. Or maybe the Legion is just that polite? I must admit, I am completely fascinated by his predicament. Ever tried diagramming the articulations of his armor? Don't. It'll only lead to madness and ruination. I know little of swordplay, and couldn't work a curve and arrow to save my life. I can't really comment on the lady.
Lady? You're just afraid to talk in front of me, clear as day. Your sweat is easier to read than your ink scribbles.
No, not at all. I just don't know how to comment on a warrior's worth, that's all.
Spare me your blather. Huh. Think that, do you? Didn't know you had such swollen hope for me.
A most fascinating specimen. I think she has great potential. A dangerous amount of potential, to be blunt. The Scarlet Furies are the fighting elite of the Scarlet Chorus, and that means floating to the top of a sea of blood and chum. We should consider ourselves lucky to have her on our side. Good tidecasters stay underwater. Kairos did the Tears a favor by erasing those moon howlers from history. A shame one of them escaped justice.
Hi, Ty.
I like that I make you this agitated. Considering all the things that don't seem to bother you in the slightest. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of getting off on how much power you're giving me here.
And then there's your coquettish act whenever someone calls you on your teeth. I'll be the one ready to tangle when, not if, you decide to pounce. I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
Me? Well, I'm fine, but I'm not very good. Well, for now. And then her.
So, the Scarlet Chorus and Disfavored are at each other's throats. Can't say I didn't see that coming, but the Archons might have waited until one war was over before they started another. Funny sentiment, considering you're in the center of it. Not that I'm judging. I'll say this much. Our time together is anything but dull. My blades are yours for as long as you'll have me. What do you need?
Oh, this is gonna be good.
The thought has crossed my mind from time to time. During the many battles of the Conquest, we found ourselves standing back to back with enemies on all sides on more than one occasion.
The big guy here is as useless as an empty scabbard without his phalanx to keep him alive, but I move fast enough to compensate for it. And it's nice having a living wall of rusted iron I can use for cover.
Absolutely not. Our fighting styles are incompatible, and any disfavored lieutenant will tell you not to join at the hip soldiers who can't stomach each other.
I'm inclined to agree. If you want to pair up fighters, there has to be some great passion or magnetism between them. We don't have it.
A valiant attempt, but I'm not as easily swayed by your courtly tongue.
Neither am I. At least, not in this context. I think that because I don't want to covers it pretty well. Training alongside this self-important braggart is likely to sap whatever patience I have left.
I can see that you're out to serve the best interests of the war, but we are accustomed to handling ourselves as individuals rather than as a pair.
On it.
Okay, so that's her out of the way.
Salutations, Fatebinder. Or should I now call you Lady of Vendrian's Well? The Spire Queen? Princess of the suggestive vertical slab? That is how I met you, so that's how it's gonna stick in my mind. So if I might ask, what is your plan now? The edict no longer looms overhead, and Kairos' conquest of the Tiers seems to be slipping, what with the armies and civil war. I would counsel you to do just that. I'm sure the events of Vendrian's Well are best explained from your mouth to Tunon's ears. Furthermore, I'd guess the Archon of Justice would want to know your take on the Archons and their divide. Well, short of Tunon giving you orders on pain of death, you have the luxury of whatever you decide. I'm at your disposal.
Okay. Alright, chaps. Oh yeah, I have all the reputations. I have the Wrath one. Incredible. To the bastard city.
You call yourselves officers of Kairos' army, but your conduct falls short of my expectations. The court finds your accounts of Vendrian's Well lacking, rife with misdirection and fallacy, fouled with baseless accusation.
Listen. Your Honor, I have relayed the events as I experienced them. You can well imagine why my version conflicts with his. He makes a dismissive gesture to Skyhorse. On my honor. And on that of the great general, I would sooner snap my sword than perjure myself before you, Archon. Oh, so you imply that the falsehood comes easier to my lips than yours? You're a fool if you believe the Archon of Justice won't see through your lies because the disfavored think themselves better than an honest gang.
Silence. The contradictions in your statements will be examined, and falsities threshed from truths. If we find you have perjured yourselves, Bled and Mark will see to your fate. Fatebinder, we will start with the matter of the Archons. Graven Ash and the Voices of Nerat have declared war upon each other. In addition to violating Kairos' peace, they have thrown the conquest of the Tears into disarray. By all accounts, these hostilities began shortly after your arrival. Tell us what transpired.
The disfavored were more deserving of the honor. Our tactics and training outmatched the Vendrian Guard at every turn. What bladderash! The disfavored couldn't tip a straw hut if they had a weak strategize. Our howling mob was better equipped to overwhelm the Vendrian Guard. Our recruits were ready to throw themselves at the enemy if only Ash and his legion would agree to a plan.
The Fatebinder presents testimony. I warn you both against speaking out of turn. Something more than a mere disagreement unraveled this campaign. But I will return to that in time. Let us speak of Ascension Hall. From all accounts, it would seem you were instrumental in its capture, or so the petitioner of the Scarlet Chorus testifies. The disfavored commander has a dimmer view of the matter. Lend me your perspective.
I joined with the Scarlet Chorus. We took the Citadel with an unstoppable advance.
The edict meant certain doom if the siege failed. So why, when your survival depended on it, did you join your strength to the Scarlet Chorus and not the elite disfavored?
Petty squabbles clouded Graven-Ass judgment. He was too mired in assaulting the Voices to conquer petty work. The Voices in Nerat was willing to win the Citadel at any cost. Ash values his army more than his duty to Kairos. For a while, the adjudicator hovers in silence, shadows trifling.
I will consider this testimony at length. The court thanks you for it. Is there anything you wish to add at this time? Your testimony is accepted by the court. The statements of our guests raise questions in my mind. There is much about this campaign that has caused me to wonder. A shipment of iron weapons was short on arrival. Where coveted iron is concerned, I don't believe it to be a clerical error. One of my agents recovered this seal in Echo Call. It belongs to a merchant collective. Lethian's Crossing is teeming with their kind. If you would root out treachery, I would advise starting there. Petitioners, leave us. I would have a private audience with the Fatebinder. Ascend and join me. You will find the way opened.
Now I know why this part's central.
This civil war, this feud, is an insult to Kairos' peace. It should not have taken the better part of a year to silence the last vestiges of the Oathbreakers. Our allies squabble while our enemies regroup. It falls upon the court to measure the extent of the damage, and to execute the agents of disorder. I suspect that treachery, negligence, disunity, and greed have infected one or both of our esteemed allies. Until you are instructed otherwise, this matter is the court's primary focus. Graven Ash and the Voices of Nerat must be examined in close detail. You are charged with observing the Archons and presenting your case that one of them has wrought chaos and disorder upon the Tears. As always, you will be held accountable for what you do in the court's name. But you are free to conduct your investigation in the manner of your choosing. You must expect lies, misdirection, and manipulation. Suffer not such obstructions of justice. They say the voices of Nerat holds you in higher regard than most. Use this alliance to enter his confidence. It seems unlikely the Archon of Secrets is more honest with friends than with rivals, but to his friends, he has been known to divulge much. The disfavored will likely be less cooperative with your investigation. They will no doubt assume Graven Ash's honor is beyond reproach, which is all the more reason to scrutinize the Archon of War closely. And if the ironclad forces discourage your inquiry, I charge you to make them talk. Speak their language of battle if you must. Your fellow Fatebinders have been busy acting as my eyes and ears. I have a few leads for you to follow. You should, of course, speak with your brothers and sisters of the court if you need further counsel. The disfavored have made use of the Sage's network of dovecotes and messenger birds as they come under capture. I've heard multiple claims of strategic communications gone missing. The Sages are broken, their citadel in flames, but they were not slaughtered to the last. Some of their numbers still congregate around the smoking husk of their burning library. If they have been reading disfavored communications, learn what they learned, then execute them. The Oathbreakers were reported to be using iron armaments, more than they might acquire from looting what few disfavored they killed. Any iron in the tiers not rusted through was made by forge-bound hands in Lethian's Crossing. Between craftsman and quartermaster, someone let iron fall into enemy hands. Investigate this matter and bring the thieves to justice. There is a final matter to discuss. A sensitive topic.
Turns the court, Your Honor.
In spite of the many shortcomings at Vendrian's Well, you managed to make a name for yourself. You proclaimed an Edict of Kairos, resolved its demanding conditions, and ascended the mountain spire. Any one of these feats would be worthy of recognition by the highest authority. You managed to accomplish 3. Your sense of obligation to your role is admirable, but modesty will not recommend you to the task ahead. Whether by design or by accident, you have captured the attention of Kairos' army and the local tiersmen alike. This is no small opportunity, and the court charges you with exploiting your new standing to its fullest potential. You have a title in our hierarchy. However, it's a little-known secret that one's standing in the world is determined by their infamy, their deeds, and how they come to be known. Mind this notion as you bring justice to this lawless frontier. There may come a time when your deeds speak for you louder than any title. If your killing spree in the bastard city is any indication, you are no stranger to spreading infamy already. Whatever you did to capture the attention of the masses at Vendrian's Well, I would encourage you to do so again. Good. It falls to us to set a new standard for these southern barbarians. You are dismissed. Should the court have need of your presence, you will receive word. Go forth and do my bidding, and bring glory and honor to the tiers in Kairos' name.
Singular note. Damn. Okay. Baitbinder, you're no stranger to Tunon's court, but I prefer to spend as little time here as possible in spite of these closed walls. I feel strangely exposed. So good of you to join a little family with the voices. We'll make you feel right at home. You'll make our time here in the tiers very interesting, won't you? Of course you will. Fatebinder Kallio, Fatebinder Rogalis. Alice, I see you've returned from the fold. Your exploits in Vendrian's Well are the matter of some discussion. The Fatebinder Balance regards you with a discerning eye. For a moment, you feel as if he is trying to peer into the very depths of your mind. What can I do for you? Has anything happened while I was away? There's been some whispers in Cairn, the new disloyal... that Cairn grew disloyal of Graven Nash's command. During the campaign in Azure, I took up the mantle of investigation near the Plains Gate and, judging the rumors to be true, dispatched Cairn by proclaiming Kairos' Edict of Stone. Very Earth turned against the treacherous Archon as the region split asunder in righteous judgment. There's not much of my action. Have you been spying on me? Don't act so surprised. It's my duty to ensure that those who operate under the Adjudicator's name adhere to the spirit of the law, if not its very letter. Of course, hide. So you say, but I have to weigh all the evidence. Assume you're being watched. I know more about Tunon. Fair and farewell. So you don't have anything for me. Fatebinder, you return. Gallus looks up and with an inscrutable expression. You look as if you have questions for me, Quintangle. Ask, I am feeling generous. Tell me about some of the past Archons. Much that was known has been lost regarding the first Archon of Frost, but his talents were improved upon 3 following Archons, sisters born together and never since seen apart. It is said Rana, Mirabelle, and Slayer were so cold at birth that they were thought stillborn. Tell me about Old Walls and the Bane. Just start. Tell me about the Old Walls. We know little about the ancient structures, save the predate all historical records. The forbidding ruins crisscross the tiers and north alike. Centuries before we raised our cities. The only one old enough to guess is likely Kairos. Tell me about the Bane. The Bane are found in the Old Walls, but much of their defining qualities still escape me. They are creatures of smoke, claw, and fang. You find yourself unfortunate enough to fight one. Remember that spells are effective against them, but grab the attention of others lurking near. Here's the political between the Bastard, the Younger Realms, and the Free Cities. What about the Bastard tier? The Bastard tier is the most northern tier, first about Kairos' reign. Though the knee they bent fell unwillingly, Kairos had his eye on the Bastard City for many years before he marched on our capital city. The hub of trading commerce. And the markets and the people will follow. The Younger Realms sprawl, middle and southern tiers can catalog. Azure was renowned for its exceptional fertile land, which fed the whole nine tiers. That was before Kairos' Edict of Stone blighted the land. There are 3 free cities remain: Last Harbor, Spiral's Maw, and Barris and Chains. The first and the strongest of free cities was the Setting Sun, which Kairos crushed in 429 with the Edict of Tumult. After that, the remaining free cities were quick to surrender. I will not speak of the sages. They are no better than charlatans and cons who selfishly... Burning long. You didn't have any information for me? Ah, Alice, you return unscathed, more acclaimed than ever. as seems to be your way. The fate binder of war collapses good-naturedly with the excessive strength. Come, you must regale me with all your journey has held. I could use a moment to respect between friends. Speak as you wish. I'd pay a boar's weight in the rings to know your thoughts. So the court whispers Archer, the fate binder rubs his. After a moment, someday, I would like to witness for myself the tower that is risen above it. About the history and origin of fate binders. We are a relatively young order, though we spanned past 2 centuries. While the voices in Nereid and Egregious Army needs army to execute their will, Tunon wields a modest court of vassals. We exist as an extension of his law. There's no place in all of Tyranny beyond our judgment. Here's about Tunon's mask. They can be rather unsettling, can't they? Even to one gives me, but I can assure you, the innocent need not fear the objective, motionless gaze. The silent face is the face that Tunon shows us now, and that we are fortunate beyond belief. Silent face is a patient face, a face for listening as Tunon presides over all matters brought to the court, taking great pains to ensure all sides of an issue are heard. Tunon's last known donning the face of resolve was the moment he judged and called ruin to half the districts in the bastard city. Since then, he has ruled over a northern tier, justly, calmly, and efficiency with diplomacy. Face that is no more. Tunon is said to have worn the 3rd mask in Aeon's Pass. I have heard rumor this face displeases Kairos and thus was destroyed. As happens to all persons and objects that displease the Overlord. The way that you are would change your arraignment? No, not as such, and yet I have seen these masks shift. They switch without the adjudicator or anyone so much as laying a hand on them. It's not something that you can watch unfold. After time, you merely realize it has already happened. With friends like these, our work is often self-explanatory. Scarlet Coat hail from every corner of the realm. As the chorus marches, its conscripts indiscriminately choose from those it has conquered to replenish its ranks. There are no continuity of command in the chorus, nor it allows and encourages even for the strong to challenge their leaders. But the chorus has numbers, and brute force is always a viable solution, as much as Morgellus insists otherwise. The disfavored are the iron tip of Kairos' great phalanx. Armed with the best weapons, the most comprehensive training, and led by brilliant Graven Ash, the disfavored have no equals in open battle. The Legion has a saying, Graven Ash protects, and it's not a boast. The Archon of War is able to extend his will and strength to his soldiers and give them endurance beyond human limits. Ask you something else. Farewell. Those 2 courts, let's see. Court officer. Fatebinder. I'm ill at ease in this polished hall, but I admit it's a reprieve from the battlefield and training grounds. If Ash needs me to stay here and represent his interests with the occupation, I'll be up to task. Can't be worse than our days in Lethian's Crossing. Joking aside, you were generous to grant the disfavored control over the city, even if the Iron Legion needs a break from the front once in a while. Okay, is that all the fate binders? Noble. Lady Lucretius, you have a name. Oh, greetings. And Lucretius, formerly Thistleholm. You have the look of someone who belongs here. A fate binder, no doubt. You need something here? What are all these nobles doing in here? Trying to look brave, I warned, but if you crane in ear to those conversations, you'll hear a different tale. 3 years since Tunon set up shop in the Bastard City. We're still getting used to our new masters and figuring out what we can and can't ask of them. On to the assembled nobles. These are the smart, ring-plenty folk. The way they approach Tunon, you'd think they would have raised under a tyrant's lash. Some have come to settle a grievance, others to pledge fealty. I've been standing around long enough to know that the adjudicator doesn't care for empty gestures. The armies claim the city in a quieter, more organized manner than I might have expected. And credit them that much to be sure. Kairos' forces made short work of our local mages. Never approved of the school to wild wrath. At least they were ours to control. I'm not so sure that the blood chanters I see on patrol are a better alternative. Tuon's court. Like the rest of the frightened inbreds here, I came to see Tunon and ask him to right a wrong. My manor was destroyed during the conquest. I told the adjudicator my woes, but we didn't exactly. Me yourself. Daughter of a noble house, we were wealthy enough to live in the city, but our means beyond that were limited. My mother dealt in fish, textiles, and bronze. By the time I inherited the business, it was taking care of itself. Thistleholm. It was my family's ancestral hall. Okay. What happened? Collateral damage happened when the adjudicator cast his judgment on the Bastard City. He destroyed the districts of the corrupt merchant kings. Their manors, their counting houses, and yes, their warehouses. Aged, dignified, collapsed in a massive sinkhole that fell under her foundation. The Bastard City's laws may not have been perfect by Kairos' standards, but my family followed them with respect and never took a copper more than we deserved. Can't help but feel that my estate was not criminal. What are you going to do next? That's the question, isn't it? I appealed to the adjudicator, thinking that he would see reason. After considering my case for all 8 seconds, he awarded me with a belt of rings and a plot of land in the outskirts of the city. Tunon told me to build anew and start farming. Farming, can you believe that? Not even like I'm opposed to labor, but we're in war. I have the scarlet crows breathing down my neck, raiding my crops. What else? Don't I know it? You know, disrespect to you in your office, I never questioned the power of Tunon's word. I come from a long line of smart, ring-savvy merchants. But even I can't reconcile Tunon's justice with Kairos' law. There's something wrong about it. Maybe Tunon knows something we don't. I mean, people come here for justice, they usually get a version of it, but it's Tunon's version, not theirs. Half the time, they don't even get what they want out of a ruling in their favor. Aid to the farm, for instance. Not to put my own ignorance on display, but if more people knew how Kairos' laws worked, they might not come here seeking a ruling at all, and a fair one. Tunon is a servant of the law, but he's the overlord's vassal, as much as any of us. Sometimes it seems like he uses his position to twist everything in the Empire's favor. And pieces on board. That isn't simple. Kairos defense. I suppose not. The Bastard City used to have laws of women and mankind. Get accustomed to it, and so will I. Good day, Fatebinder. Welcome back, kid. Assuming I would ever be to watch the edict drop, I guess. Glad you lived. Blood and Mark Arcana Shadows roses from a faraway stare. Than you. Thought it's a scarlet course, huh? You like secrets and treachery? It's not surprising that he'd be cautious. Ash's Legion has warred without reinforcements for years. Unlike the Voices, when the soldiers die, his army dwindles. I imagine you're off to meet with the Voices for, well, whatever he has in mind. Listening. Everyone's keeping an eye on you because you did something nobody has done before. Gotta guess what it might be? Smart guess, but there were a few others. Centuries that have outlived the honor proclamation twice. But sure, it's true that most don't survive it. Proclaiming an edict isn't new, neither is surviving or resolving the commandments of an edict, but you're the first to proclaim and resolve the very same edict, and it didn't kill you. In one fell swoop, you survived the second edict, resolved the very one you had proclaimed, and woke an arcane structure that had slept for several centuries. And now I go on your short list of people who stand out as potential problems? More or less, mostly more. I don't care what you do with your information. But you should know the danger you're in now. You put yourself on the map. When you're dealing with the Voices, don't forget that he'll be doing everything he can to figure out what makes you different, how he can use it for his own gain. The next. Go to Cacophony. Then we'll re-gear, go to the Sunset Spire. Welcome to Cacophony, paper. Nerat said expecting me. Where can I find him? Northeast corner for a while. Okay. Good old supply rating. We'll go up and see the voices. This place looks like a post-apocalyptic place.
Why'd you take a look at that?
Regards you with an unreadable expression. Fate Binder! It seems a lifetime ago that we bandied words with the Archon of Greybeards in the war tent. We are so pleased to see you return to their fold. As if proclaiming and resolving the same edict weren't impressive enough, you found the timidity to reject Graven Ash and support our right to conquer these lands. You deserve a reward when this is over, but it's too early to congratulate ourselves while there's plenty of war to still to fight. You know. They manage themselves, of course. Men and women gritting rise the ranks to become gang bosses. When they take too much wounds or their swords grow too heavy, another boss claims their rightful place. Tenant the First. Whatever you claim, through sheer force of will is yours. For taking. Those who think us chaotic would spend some more time away from the farm and learn what it means to survive. It also means you can kill who you want. Kairos' peace extends to servants of the Empire. But these tiersmen haven't enjoyed the pleasure of our laws yet. Until they do, you can treat them like sport. And not even starchy old Tunon will get offended. Things will get boring real fast when the war is over. And other rules? You must call them that, fall under the umbrella of basic philosophy. Take what you want, but keep what you take. And why wouldn't you be? Rest a spell, and let our words wriggle the chaos of your imagination. The great uniform. Think of the Scarlet Chorus as one of Kairos' many armies. In fact, they are a personal force. Beginning in the earliest days of our power, we cobbled together a rabble of miscreants from freshly conquered territories. The Scarlet Chorus has always been dredged from the bottom feeders. Then there are the camp followers who skulk in our long shadows. As Kairos forged the rest of his great empire, we were used to subdue any lingering resistance. Those who opposed Kairos' peace joined to our howling disharmony and lived or died in Kairos' war. Fitting fate, is it not? By the time Kairos' magnanimous eye turned to the tears, it was all assumed that the Scarlet Chorus would lead the vanguard. Or they would answer to us. We were happy to loan their services to the Overlord's pleasure. Of course, we have questions. We'd be disappointed if you didn't have any. First is to humiliate the piss bucket Graven Ash, but we'll have a better chance of it since every corner of the tiers is wearing red. Do you see our design, Fate Binder? Does our madness complement your method? We will invite every man, woman, or child who draws breath and occupies this fingernail of Peninsula to join the Scarlet Chorus. Can't outfight the disfavored with them. Consult their strength. Ooh. Conquest. Okay. Like my great power sons. Many secrets. Just for advantage. Our gang boss's sensor seeks the entrance. Tunon's arcane smith set up shop. Okay, I don't think I can read all this. Well, I can read all of it. I don't think I can talk all of it. God. Tunon's arcane smith set up shop in Nothing's Crossing. With simple ore dredged in the heart of Tyranny. A simple wondrous iron like swells, full of secrets. Seek out the forge bound. Or back to us when. Like I'm bound for. Forge bound.
Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
All right. Oh, I also have a level. Okay. No. Seems like a safe way to go. Okay.
Can't do that.
One's outright wanting to talk to me. Oh, oh no, oh no. The facilities I must use. I will be right back. Apologies for that. Vowels wanted to move, and there is no refusing them. Alright. Well, let's get back to it. So those are just notable locations, I guess, and this is the Beastman pen. Sicklemoth. We need the bodies, you mewling pissers. My face beam popping from their neck. Scarlet Fury screams the horde of cluster. Unlike your corked pignets, these conscripts can survive a battle. Valiants. So they say to save their necks. But what good is the word of oathbreakers and cowards? What's going on here? Fatebinder, yes, Fatebinder, good of you to come along. You just saved this Fury's neck. I find that unlikely. Scarlet Furies don't surrender their necks to anyone without a fight. You guys would have been pulled around you before that happened. Damn slew of oathbreakers came to us less than a fortnight ago. So we trust the lot up for the beast and the roast. Why should we welcome liars and defectors to the guards to our back? Come now, Fatebinder, you're a clever sort. We ought to throw them in the pit. Let the lone survivor join us. The way of the chorus, right, boss? The pit serves for merriment to weed out the fen-suckled weaklings like you. In this case, it would be a waste of resources. These are part of the splinter that held off the disfavored in Vendrian's will for many months. We should integrate them. You sure you want me to weigh in? It'll be as an official the envoy in courts. And irrevocable for all parties involved. I'll be sated that they just have the squabbling done with. Can't win a war with only fish-necked slatterns and sea of blood. We need skilled fighters to wield our blades. Scarlet Chorus doesn't lack meat to throw at the enemy, but it is always in need of experience, if you ask me. Those with training should go to the Scarlet Furies. Anything... in favor? Pity that we are forced to grow our ranks at an army could be I have a lot of abilities from just getting fear. Let's see. How do I get the ability to trade with you? Show me what you got for sale. Anything. That's light armor. Heavy. Now I gotta search through everyone's inventories because I'm gonna stack some stuff we don't need. No, everybody's clean. Eric. One-handed. Marrow Reaver's actually pretty decent. You can't wear it. I'm only gonna buy the healing potions for now. I need to get her up to 5, and I can stash these ones. That way I can also upgrade my Spire. Hey, Slain Wolf. Oh, this? I am loving this. Normally I don't like these kind of RPGs, but this one had enough of a tutorial and everything ready to go that I was able to. An ambush. Hills and shadows before you towers a massive creature, fur and flesh.
Know this scent. Stench of blood, sweat, battle, iron and death. Stench of human called Fatebinder. Smells like alpha. Smells of strength. Have been stalking human centrail. Have ranged many more than 5 nights through tribe and human territories of Tyr's land, hunting for human called Fatebinder, for human who woke horizon rock called Mountain Spire. Have hunted hot high, cold low, wet dry, traipsed far until paws bled, but always human who smelled of alpha, evaded beast woman. Had to slink through shadows, fast, quick, without rest to catch delicious prey at last.
Marking Shadowhunter tribe.
Fatebinder knows tribes of beast women. Curious human. Human who smells of alpha and knows of Shadowhunter tribe. Best tribe. Lost tribe of kills in shadow. Beast woman did not range so far, chasing scent and tracks of Fatebinder, only to step aside and watch human leave. Nope. Will not move from way. Humans. No human called Fatebinder. Kairos breeds words on paper. Fatebinder binds words to earth and sky, makes ground tremble, makes night cry, blood and fire. Tribes of Kairos fear Fatebinder. Human Alpha claimed Horizon Rock called Spire, and Archons did not kill Fatebinder. Archons rolled over and whined, covetous.
Maybe you've heard of me.
Kairos hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women like prey. But beast women are not prey. Are not flighty, feeble-minded humans. Beast women are savage hunters. Bred to fight, kill, rot, like Fatebinder who smells of alpha. Strong always kill weak, then grow weak, and are killed. His migration of life. But kills in shadow is not weak now. Will not be weak for many long seasons. Will join Fatebinder and survive Kairos' tribe. Kills in shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Beast Woman will unless Fatebinder begins to smell weak. Kills in shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper and flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb cleft his leader now. Will not like if kills in shadow catches sight or scent of stone mongrels again.
That was an event. I have a new companion. We're still en route to go here. Okay. Barrack. He is fearful of me. I'm enjoying this game a lot, though. Gotta be honest.
Can't do that.
Let's get this precious map data.
Sorry, I can't. Can't do that.
There we go. Up we go. Zatus. New man, frozen legs. And that Fatebinder is exactly what I advise you to do, he laughs. That may work when you've got 100 stone shields at your back, but someone like you thrives a little more creativity. That's where I come in, or something. Should one fight? Iron and bronze. Let's see, parry, unarmed combat, dodge. Train, parry, dodge, subterfuge. There we go. Dodge!
My armor feels light.
Gain immunity to burning and bleeding affections. That's actually pretty useful because I'm having her be a bow person. To defend us some benefits from shields. I like the reduced damage aspect. There we go. Let's take a look. Got into the box and says, sorry about that, Facebinder, old habits, you know. Okay. Are these stolen? No, not the sense they're unstolen, but in the sense that I'm not entirely licensed. But wait. Before you throw me into Tunon's dungeon or worse, consider this. Okay. Let's see how the shield stacks up to his. Accent expressions. I like expressions. Oh, I only have 30. Ready for sale. Garnet. Okay. Actually gonna go now. There's the Bastard City. Where's Lethian's Crossing? There we go. Group of mercenaries, members of the Bronze Brotherhood, are blocking the road to Lethian's Crossing. Welby. Oh, since over here. Welcome to Ironhall Trail, Fatebinder Tunon. My name is Welby, first axe of the Bronze Brotherhood, though I'm not sure that title matters anymore. She pauses to gather her thoughts, then opens her mouth to continue. Instead, she exhales slowly. Shakes her head. Never mind. You needn't be burdened with my problems. I'll appreciate you coming here to speaking to Ridamont. I'm willing to be careful. He has, of late, been acting out of sorts. Any perceived slight can become a problem for the one who offends him. Choose your words with him carefully. Help you with. How could talking to you offend Reitman? You choose to speak to the first axe before speaking to the actual first brother. A bodyguard before your leader. How could this mean anything but collusion and treason? I know I speak out of turn, but I only wish to warn you. Tread lightly, aren't I? We're mercenaries, plain and simple. I'm not going to pretend like it's anything more. While it's true we have, in recent years, been a little bit more stationary than your typical crew, it doesn't change the fact that our services can be purchased if the price is right. Both know full well that the rings that the voices gave us were the only thing that brought our allegiance to Kairos when the Overlord turned Eye of the Crossing. Even if our thanks for helping it was to be thrown out from our homes. Not that I'll hold any ill will towards you for it. Decisions have to be made, and there's always someone who must pay the price. I just hope you realize that some people don't like being asked to pay. Try to sell you on a long and noble traditions like we're some kind of altruistic saints. Do no wrong. But that story is old and smelly as Grandma's beastskin's tail hair. I wish you knew Facebinder. First axe protects and consults. Lately, his behavior's become erratic. He's acting paranoid. My duty is to protect the First Brotherhood, but I am also sworn to protect the Brotherhood if that has means to remove what common so be it. He has too many supporters in Lathian's Crossing right now, I guess. You think it's happened to him? Honestly, I can't speak of the costs. Stress the leadership, the battles with Kairos' forces, his night in the old walls. When you decided to remove the Brotherhood from the crossing, it certainly set him off. Matter? How would you run the Brotherhood? Wouldn't waste time and resources on petty vendettas. That much I can tell you. I like battle and I like rings. With the Brotherhood? We used to get both regularly. Now all we have is fear and suspicion and blood. A disciplined regiment back. I intend to have it. Hey. How many is a team? Behavior of the leader. Except in this case, the child is in control of an army capable of laying waste to his home. Why are you forcing? Very common says it will. We'll say it's because it's what we're due, and part of me is inclined to agree with him. But if I were stressed, his pride is hurt, and he's lashing out. He can be such a child sometimes. Just watch yourself around him. He hasn't seemed completely in control of his faculties lately. Threatening to see what he's becoming. Did you not swear an oath to your leader, Sellsword? I knew that your loyalty was available to the highest bidder, but I never guessed it extended into treachery. Very common plans can doom our entire troop, and I intend to prevent that from happening. I am loyal, not blindly devoted to someone intent on marching me off a cliff's edge. Well, for now, I leave Fatebinder. Bruiser, Raider. Absolutely not. I've come through the Ironhill trade more times than no one has ever asked a toll before, and I won't be paying one now. Fatebinder, surely you, of all people, can help me. My name is Aster, and I must get to Lathian's Crossty. I have goods to deliver. Tell this man I will not be paying a toll to him or anyone, and he is to let me through. Greetings, Fatebinder. I am sorry to have been drawn into this. What we've stumbled on is merely a conflict of changing times. I am Will of the Bronze Brotherhood. Our whole trade is under our protection, and anyone passing must obey our rules. This gentleman would like passage through our land. Simple donations required. These funds help our cause in the Iron Hall, safe place for travelers. Aster speaks, his arms swinging about again, emphasizing words. And who exactly is keeping it safe? Standing here with your weapons at the ready against me? Thank you. Perhaps you want to reconsider the stance on the matter, Fatebinder. Passage is bought with rings or blood, but I'll be happy to take both. I stand by my decision. So, Fatebinder in our little corner of the world. Who'd ever thought this would happen? You are a walking dangerous line. The Bronze Brotherhood never back down from threats. Normally, I'd knock you down where you stand for threatening me, but Red Comet demanded to see you if you came through here. I thought he was crazy saying you'd be visiting Luffin's Crossing. Looks like I owe him a few rings. There's a shortage of those out here. What can this humble servant of the Brotherhood do for you, Fatebinder? And don't ask me to let you through, because that isn't happening. This is a ridiculous piece of mercenary. Awful requires a lesson in pain and intelligence. Let me teach him. In loyalty. Sellsword, attend me. I take responsibilities. Have been explained to you? Keep the rabble off the side of the bridge. It does not include taking orders from your betters. One of two things will happen. Either you will let me pass, or we will simply pass. There are no other options. Whatever your role you have taken upon yourself to bar our way has already failed. You succeeded only in delaying your task and annoying me. Your name, Rat? Come on, are you leader? No, I don't think so. Because he decides who crosses and who doesn't. If you have a problem with that, take it up with him. Ash, forgive me, but I can only endure so much of this fool's jabbering. Hold on, I'm just doing my job. I apologize if I offended. Reitiman will have my head if I let you. There's nothing I can do about it. Oh, you're talking with Will? And here's the Fatebinder. I knew we'd see you, I was just wondering when. One trip to Lethian's Crossing wasn't enough, Governor. You had to return where no one asked you to come. Throwing me out of my home wasn't sufficient. You're to disrupt my life some more. You aren't done. Really doesn't matter why you're here, I don't care. I have more important things to worry about. In this case, you've forgotten me already. My name is Raid Comet, and I'm the first brother leader of the Bronze Brotherhood. But I'm sure you already know that. I couldn't help but see you over there talking to Will and that traveling merchant. Only here for a moment, and you're already sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, aren't you? I don't appreciate others invading my territory, Fatebinder. I told her she had to speak to you, Raid Comet. She wanted through, but I told her no. You won't give me the signal. You won't give me the signal. The Fatebinder isn't getting into Lethian's Crossing. No one invade your territory. Speaking of which, what did Welby have to say? He's already started filling your mind with lies about me. She and I are going to have a chat soon. First act. Kind of enemies wants my position. Watch yourself while you're a guest in my land. You've come to start more trouble. We are well equipped. How much? Welby and I might not always agree, but one point we see eye down is if you step out of line, we will both correct you. You are not welcome here. Do what you want. This is not your land anymore. Such arrogance from the precursor might fall, Fatebinder. I don't see how the affairs of the Brotherhood are your business, Fatebinder. Suffice to say, the funds we receive from our tolls keep the lands around Lathian's Crossing safe. We are owed our dues and we shall have them. Tell me about Welby. I had such hopes for her as my first acts. The success of the Brotherhood would be a single most important goal for anyone who is a member. She seems to have forgotten her place. She's not head of this band, I am. Stop overreaching. We were asked to do a job and we did it. Then what happens? You throw us out of our home. By all rights, that city is ours, and like Kairos wants it, well, I intend to get it back. I refuse to let this matter die. We protected the crossing for years, and we will ensure, and even ensured Kairos' forces could do business here when Narat asked us to. No, we did the job we were asked of him. If you were looking for trouble, here it is. I knew you couldn't be trusted, Cad. The forces of Kairos always show their true face if pushed. Guards, snake to arms.
To battle!
You got it.
Come and face my honor!
Attention, kids. You might learn something.
This weapon is entirely...
Ready?
At once.
Bleed out, you little shit!
What other abilities do I have? Okay.
I'll omit that from the record.
Trouble is afoot.
Oh good, she's already on it.
I'd have it no other...
And now... Oh, I have a lot of abilities accessible.
I'll omit that from the record.
Will do.
I am a shield.
Can't do
Come
that.
and feast my iron.
Let's cast. She's gonna need a shield. Controlling. And then everybody gets
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
None stand in our way.
Okay. Move close. Oh no, it's move close and engage. Okay. Spectral blur self. Titan's touch.
Right.
Okay.
Let's do this, you and me. Flawless.
Okay. I cast Magic Missile. Two counts of healing wisps.
Right.
Okay, barracks back up. 3, taunt. These two, make sure they're gone. Skewer. Will.
As you command.
For the glory of Kairos!
Do you have any abilities up? Nope.
Right.
Smash to pieces.
Okay. So abilities are on cooldown. But self heals are not.
Can't do that. You got it.
Magic missile still not up. But guess who's in poking range? really squishy mage. We can burn him down, then we can get to the guy behind him.
Aye.
That's how it's done. And then heal. And heal. And taunt. Fire arrow.
Right.
We're gonna hit the crescent hammer with everything we got.
Let's have it then. You look as if you have something on your mind. What can I do for you?
Your deeds have earned you measure respect, but do not mistake my approval for admiration. The question is irrelevant. You support the voices in Nerat, which makes you an enemy of Grave and Ash, and no friend of mine. I cling to your allegiance and hope that it'll end the war and bring dignity. Okay.
Stepping lightly.
Yes.
Evidence against. Just trying to sneak past. I don't need to fight these dudes yet. Oh, well, they're actually. Go to Ventara.
What do we have here?
Oh crap, I forgot to check that weapon. Right. Weapon. Weapons. Oh, wait, I have them on the wrong person. I see a way to get around him without fighting these guys. I'm sorry, it's just hard to picture Barrack being super stealthy. Okay. New boots for you. Oh. So I am gonna have to fight them. Okay. Barrack. Actually have a nice position right there. Taunt. Give you some armor. Put a blessing underway to start the battle.
Right. Look at that, future corpse. Sorry about that.
Self-heal. Wow. Someone's blocking my spellcasting.
We can do this!
Good work.
Did I get the bell casting up?
You got it.
What else we got? Ooh, magic missile. Keep aggro. Fire. False pit the guy we don't want actually working. Kill Barrack.
You got it.
Take me if you can! For the glory of Kairos!
Okay. Well, that's out of the way. What have we got? False pit. Okay, good. Attacking the right target. Skewer the right target. We got. Barrack, where are you guys?
Take that!
Well, now we split the fight into two. Skewer him. Give Barrack some help. Skewer the
Count on
rest.
it.
A new dent! I will aid you.
Yes, armor does update the character model. Sorry I didn't see that sooner.
Aye.
False pit the bitch. And no, you're good to go.
That.
I am liking this mix of like. Okay, what do you need? Poke. You need to heal. You need to heal her as well.
That's how it's done!
Poke him. What can I do for you? Full strike. Keep him haunted.
Apologies, but I can't do that.
Take me if you can!
There we go. Motion sensors.
I'll stay downwind of our enemies.
I don't think I need to kill them yet. Doesn't appear to be anything up here. We can... We need to go up. Oh, that winch is down. Oh, looks like I am gonna have to go through them. Think. Let's do a little exploring, see if I have to go through them, or whether I can find a way up without it. I don't actually want to fight them.
Good thing I keep a torsion wrench handy.
Junk.
Look at that!
Okay, so they're just going straight forward. Okay. Earthshaker should be the primary target. And we'll wait a bit for that. Titan self. And you get to wait. Okay. Now that everybody's got their positions, do a mass taunt. Wait. Give yourself a little protection. You're doing a mass taunt. Barrier.
Tear your skeleton out by your ass!
Actually, death from above. Oh, we'll save that. No, we won't. He's gonna need the help.
We should try that again.
Okay, fine. I am trolling.
I'll take care of it.
Good work!
Okay. 3, taunt. Let's try taunting again. Got your taunt going up. Let's take a step.
Come and face my iron!
That's caster death. 2. Next, focus on Ventara, because she's going to be nasty throughout this fight. 2, 1 giant ass cone. Heal the dude. Skewer Ventara.
Count on it.
I'll save that just in case I need it. Yeah. So it does change their armor. I'd say skewer, but I don't really need skewer.
Not happening.
This weapon is entirely worthless. That's how it's done.
Give yourself an extra protection. What do I got here? Bear with Titan's touch.
I will aid you.
What I got here? 4 for a bit of deflection. Oh no. Okay, next up. ourselves some deflection. You're pretty much on cooldown. Okay, what are you up to, buddy? Magic missile. Flame arrow. Taunt. Did you heal ready? No. Magic missile. Actually, use your healing first.
Are you afraid of death?
Right.
Worm?
Now his attack is down.
I will aid you.
He's taking heavy damage. Ooh.
I will aid you.
I'll tear your scalp out!
I got it.
What's my character doing? Just attack? You're chugging a potion now.
Bleed out, you little shit!
Verse is so poetic. You got nothing, you got nothing. Ooh, Verse is ready. Then heal on the big dude. Three. And a one. It's three. And a one. Okay. What rings you got for me? Just a quill. Okay.
I'll take care of it.
I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass!
Come and feast my iron!
Hell of a time to level up. She almost... God. Let it be known that Ventara has a shit ton of HP. Why did you move? On the other hand...
I got it.
Hit. Heal. Oh, you're taunting.
This weapon is entirely worthless.
Bury yourself. Taunt literally everyone that you can.
Await my signal. Ha!
Oh, you're in melee range. Skewer. Shield self.
Not a problem, boss.
Shield self.
Can't do that.
Far worse.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Will do.
The last of the enemy soldiers dies. Life returns to normal in Lethian's Crossing. Woohoo! What else I got for you? That's pretty powerful, but yep, that's heavy armor.
On it.
I didn't really want to kill those guys. They just kinda had no chill, would be the correct word.
It's all in the reflexes.
Siren's Sanctuary. Aaron stands here surrounded by a group of villagers. She speaks to them in soft, dulcet tones, holding them hypnotized with hand motions.
Well, look who's here. And what brings you to Lethian's Crossing? I can't imagine it's the scenery or the quaint locals. Have you come to spoil my fun? Tunon probably insisted you find me, didn't he? Because we can't let Siren have any fun, can we? Let's control her. Let's tell her what she can and can't do. Let's use her to destroy nations. But enough of that talk. What do you think of my followers? Oh, stop that, Fatebinder. It's not like I'm hurting anyone. Well, at least not yet. Why on earth would you want that? I can't imagine you're doing it out of the goodness of your heart. Oh, Tunon must have had a hand in this. Or Nerat. Maybe I'd rather stay here where people won't insist on ordering me around all the time. Although, you did activate one of the spires, so your power is something I could learn from, and you are right. Certainly not going to make any significant advances staying here with a bunch of nobodies worshipping me. Watching you in action could give me the edge I need to unlock a spire of my own. Fine. I will allow you the glorious gift of my presence. Well then, let's go.
I should probably bring Ebb with me. Siren, kills in shadow, 76665 There we go, I acquired Siren. I have an Archon working for me! Really powerful dudes who fought like children. Oldian's house?
You look as if you have something on your... What can I do for you? This is not a worthy topic.
Speak for yourself, you overstuffed mound of scrap metal. I've got nothing to hide from the binder here. Would you rather I told the story?
Very well. Since you force my hand, I will relent. Though know that it goes against my very being to tell of it. We are... siblings. Half-siblings. Regrettable and repugnant as that fact might seem, it is true. Though the products of different nations and cultures, we have the distinction of sharing a father. I am disgusted by the thought that my father lay down with some low-born southern farmhand. But my horror does not spare me from the truth of it. So I accept the fact and try to move on.
You should take it as a compliment to our father's skills. My mother's a tough woman to please. I rather think I took after him, don't you?
During the conquest, the Scarlet Chorus made sport of shooting down messenger birds on their way to the disfavored camp. Anything they could accomplish to hinder our efforts or embarrass us was fair game. My father sent a missive intended for my eyes alone. By incredible chance, Verse intercepted it and recognized the name and handwriting. She found me in camp that evening, and we discussed our unlikely situation. We've done everything in our power to keep the word quiet. Not many in the Legion know that I share blood with a Southerner, much less a chorus rat.
Don't worry, Barrack. When my old gang boss caught wind of our discovery, I killed her and took the gang for myself. Our secret's safe with me. Well, it was, anyway.
Not particularly. She is unstable at the best of times, and a hardened killer at the worst. I don't know what her family did to her, but she lacks any pretense of human decency.
It takes one to know one. Don't act like we're so different, Barrack. You're the most repressed and intolerant soldier I've ever met. You hide it under duty and pride, but it's still there.
Well, Verse has a nasty habit of jabbering in my ear and making this war intolerable. I plan on parting ways and returning to the North at first convenience. My father will answer for his infidelity. Beyond that, I am happy to consider myself in every way unaffected. My superiors once accused me of having an impulsive streak, but I have worked to suppress it at every turn.
When you go back home, send Father my fondest greetings and thanks. If he hadn't gone to ground on my mother's dry dock, I might not be here today.
My heritage was a point of pride and distinction before I met you, Verse. Not that you would care.
I've asked myself about that several times, but unfortunately I don't have what you'd call a definitive answer. The Northerners put a lot of meaning behind family and blood. Seems arbitrary to me, but I don't want to discredit it entirely. I told you about what happened to my Scarlet Fury sisters. The hesitation I experienced. Sometimes I wonder if that wasn't because of my connection to Barrick. He's stubborn, regimented, everything I'm not. I suppose there's no telling for sure, but if I had to guess... yeah. Sometimes I get messed up in my head, and learning I had a brother has helped me understand that better.
Well now, that was an interesting point of conversation. Destiny has a way to have siblings be together, even when one's a psychopath, or when they're both psychopaths dressed up in two different ways. Do I want to speak to? Merchant Tychus. Give me something. I found it in Viridian's Well. What you get's for sale? Bronze rings, copper rings. Wow. Very practical currency. Making sure I'm not carrying anything else suspicious. Okay. I need a bit more money before I can consider buying weapons. Greetings and salutations. Golden Lessons Crossing, home of the best merchants. Have a look at it. Where did you get that? It came from a merchant caravan when it was ransacked. Suspected as much. So far off the normal trading routes. But why here? Why now? You can start by telling me about the merchants? Of course, the sigil belongs to the Handover Quill Merchant Company. They were once a powerful trade organization that, well, let's just say you don't want to get between them and a contract. What with Tunon's new laws in the Bastard City, the Quill stunk into the shadows of Kairos' authority, trying to keep a lower profile. If you're involved in any of their dealings, keep far away. suspicious, I agree, but war has its little problems. There's a note up now. The weapons meant for the disfavored, and the Viridian Guard suddenly had iron weapons. Viridian Guard? Well, this changes things. First things first, it'll come at a price. Engaging in illicit trade. Illicit? Whatever do you mean? That bottle, essence of maizenberries, a deadly poison. All bottled. There's no. The confusion clears and stark. Oh, of course there's a bottle. After you tell the authorities that, I must have stashed or destroyed it. But it's your word against mine. Most perceptive of you. Occupational hazard. I should be used to this by now. If you breathe a word of this to anybody, I will denounce you, the liar that you are. But I received instructions from the Fifth Eye to use hand-over quills to deliver weapons to Viridian Well Citadel. I don't quite understand my orders, I just follow through. Rat told me I spoke to you. We're just a forge-bound master. Well, we certainly learned a lot.
Sorry, I can't.
What do we have here?
Let's see how to get there. Son of a bridge. Wait, Lethian's mistress? Hold up. Let's go see Lethian's mistress. Mistress Sophia. What a pleasure to see you in my establishment, Fatebinder. It is always an honor to entertain someone of your standing at Lethian's mistress. If you have need of entertainment or company for a short time, these things. We were. Lethian's mistress serves as a place for people to come and drink in secret, but eventually evolved into a gathering, a place of drinking, and it evolved into gathering, where drinking and fornication were both common activities. I was one of Lethian's mistresses, of course. And where Lethian went, so did I. She was very adventurous. And not really the type to settle down. I may not have gotten all of her attention, but I did end up with a nice business and a very comfortable. Charge for taking the injury. Food and drink. Okay, so a brothel was included in this town. Guess when you're playing evil, everything's fair game. Ugh. And this isn't like a comical evil either. This is more of a practical kind of evil. Sure, we should go here. I love watching the little dots on the screen just run. Especially when they're in line. What do you have for sale? It's pretty cheap. Okay, cores. Okay, so this would be... No, that doesn't work for that one. Does it work for Titans? Nope. Dang it. The middle of crafting. Okay. Go. The spectral blur, false pit. Wow. Go to Eldian's house. Unless Eldian is outside of his house. Forge. Master, Fatebinder's here. Entrance and approaches you. Her lithe body, absolutely Fatebinder. Fire's never cool. Hope their paths would cross. What an odd question. When you showed up in the forge, I should have been sent to... That's my mission directly from Tunon. Tasked with creating the artifact to protect the forge bound from the Bane. We've delayed too often and too many of our own. So it was decreed something must be done. Created a Mage Bane helm. Keep the Bane away. Once the helm is in place, its magic will keep the Bane locked inside the old walls. Forge-bound are crafters of weapons and armor, Fatebinder. Not statues and baubles. You like what I know? It is also portable and can be moved easily or used in battle. Should its protection be needed elsewhere in the future. For the time being, Forge-bound. Bane are such a threat. Forge. This forge is in the shadow of old walls as areas rich of iron. We have ample supply of raw material and influence of the ancient magics. It's an acceptable risk. The helm I'm placing. All Forge-bound are masters of the Techraptor, so each has their special talents. The Mage Bane requires someone whose skills were above those who haven't been practicing as long as I have. Tunon wanted a masterpiece, so we asked the master. I have a request for you. Vendors, I'm on my way to place the helmet. An outsider never arrives alone. At least that is what my mother always said. She seems to know what she was talking about. I'm Eldian. Welcome to Lethian's Crossing. Well, if it isn't Tunon's Fatebinder, welcome back to the Crossing. Haven't seen you around here since you put the disfavored in charge of everything. Must say, my memory seems to be failing. Something I never thought I'd say. The way people talk about how you came through and drove the Brotherhood out of town. You should be 10 feet tall and shoot lightning from your eyes. I seem to remember you being a little more human. Can't always tell the content of a pie from its crust, though, can you? For instance, who would give the town to the disfavored and then walk in and kill them all? Not that I really miss rules and schedules, but one has to wonder, why'd you switch sides so readily? Enough of my prattling. You didn't come here to put history for a lesson. Endure. You have some questions about the settlement? I'm the one to ask. The obvious distinction of being the oldest living residence in Lethian's Crossing. So I've been here for a lot of its history. Eyes, hips, hair. Okay. Crossing history. And if you have questions about what's going on in the crossing, I'm the one to ask. What would you like to know? Who is Lethian? The biggest pain in the ass I ever knew? I suppose I shouldn't talk to my mother like that. She was a mediocre merchant, but a great leader. The war in the Northern Kingdoms cost her very lucrative trade route up north. But she managed to earn trade stewardships from Kairos, and for a short time, she had a monopoly on grain, salt, and tin and materials. What did my grandmother say? Give a blind man time and a pile of rocks, eventually you'll hit a target? Not to say she didn't deserve it, but I think luck played a bigger part in her success than actual talent. But Kairos gives and Kairos takes. The next year, Lethian was stripped of her trading rights. Suddenly, she had a large staff, but no goods and trades and means to pay anybody. But she was a stubborn one. Knew if she just kept at it, eventually things would turn around for her. She figured trade goods could come to us. The location was good enough. It's crazy how that would happen. So she decided to concentrate on making an existing local settlement into center of commerce, the Tiers. And by Claws of the Bees, she did just that. I thought she was crazy choosing a town nested up to the old walls, but apparently she knew what she was doing. It wasn't long after that it was renamed Lethian's Crossing. Bridges over the old walls was the only place to go if you wanted to take weeks off your trip. Eventually she hired the Bronze Brotherhood to stay as local guards. We were big enough. And was your mother? Of course. How do you think I became Reeve of the Crossing? It's certainly not storytelling or charm. Maybe the Eldian live as resident here. But that's certainly not good enough reason to make someone a leader. Though, come to think of it, neither is just being the offspring of a mother former leader. But like it or not, that's how things are. My mother was a wonderful woman. She built the old wall bridges. Lethian was a mastermind of that. She would tie a knot with one hand and one string. I remember watching her draw systems of ropes and knots and sand, telling me that they would do when they're built. I thought she was crazy. Just got the idea for the bridges from seeing galleys pulled out of the water into docks. Apparently the hardest part was getting the initial climbing team to brave the old walls and set the first ties, but apparently you can pay a man enough rings for him to overcome his fear of old walls predators. Necessity, the rope bridges let us cross the old walls. With them, it didn't matter what trades or rights we had. We had crossroads to the northern tiers. An unbeatable location. The siege of Ardent and the Bastard City ended up helping us. All those folks heading to points crossed through a little settlement, and many of them decided to stake a claim with us. By then, Lethian discovered there was iron in our rivers, and she thought it'd make us rich, but it also made us a target. The old walls don't make for passage to the area easy, and our bridges cut days to weeks off trip. Lethian's crossing is the best bet to get your shipment to where it needs to go. Mix a mother load of iron into it, and suddenly we had target painted on us. Iron, plain and simple. What is Brotherhood? Land, breeding stock, they've been here longer than I have, so maybe consider it home too. But Kairos' purse masters are no longer paying them to fight, and for mercenaries and killing for free. Something suspect. And this was. Sometimes I wonder why Lethian thought it was a good idea to settle here. We already had a Bane problem before the Forge Bound set up here. Now that they're using the crossing as one of their main forges, the Bane is getting worse. Since Bane are drawn to magical energy. How did you seal the door? We have a keystone that we can use to open the door. One of Kairos' soldiers found it while they were looking for a way to seal the doors to keep the Bane from escaping. Sealed door is only a temporary measure, though it holds Bane back for now. It won't last much longer. That's what Tudor instructed Sedenya to create an artifact to protect Lethian's crossing. Afraid it's a risk I'm not willing to take. Okay. Cursor. I gotta go find Sedenya then. After I loot this place. That's how this works.
I'm out of practice, but I'll try.
Hey. I believe I just got a new sword for the There we go. New sword. in you go. Where does this go? Settler, settler. Ugh.
Can't do that.
Item.
Sorry, I can't.
Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Where the hell's Barrett going? I can't take that. What you got? Nothing I can buy. And before I forget. Let's take a look at my quest log. Third tier of Lethian's Crossing. Dip, 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 dip. Look at the shuffle. Good, now the people have one less thing to worry about. Hey, Binder, will you go inside and see what affects? Thank you, Fate Binder. exists. The wall. Woohoo! Now I can enter the walls. No. All of you down here. Does not bode well. Careful, the Bane have escaped.
Send me! Your champion!
Okay, first off, 3. Taunt.
I'd have it no other way.
Actually, that'd probably be the better one.
On my command.
At once.
Stand in our way!
From the record.
Just taking a lot of...
Take care. Not so fast.
On it.
Taunt up. Good, take it away. Next up, 2. Fire. Focus this one down. Do taunting that guy. Focusing this. You're taunting. Get, like, there we go. We're being hit for arcane damage.
Straight out, you little shit!
That's how it's done.
to open the door from this side. See how pattern looks like a Agreed. We collect enough sketches and imprints, no doubt we can reconstruct the original legend in its entirety.
Would you take a look at that?
Oh, gotta level up. Woohoo!
Can't do that.
Wait, I'm missing two things. Dang it. Where are those containers? I can get them. She'll be in the forge. Why couldn't they have protected their settlement with an anvil of the tower? Thank you, Fatebinder, for by eliminating all Kyra forces you made it easier for us to take what we want. Are you responsible for taking the helm? Cohen was already planning on raiding Lethian's crossing to kill Kairos' men. When we heard the news of the Master's arrival, we took it as a sign to act. The helmet is an extra prize.
Send them at me in waves!
That's how it's done.
Can't do that. No dice. Not happening.
Take that!
Oh wow, he needs healing. Wisps.
Unstoppable! Fall before me! will aid you. Slow and steady.
Now we gotta deal with raiders. Everybody's stealth.
I'll be your shadow.
I am a shield wall unto myself!
Might be evil, but you assholes doomed to fucking town.
It'll take more than that.
Like, seriously. Herder, we're just gonna take a magic helm because it looks pretty.
More tallies to the body count.
I got it.
Okay, I think everybody's got the juice.
Not happening.
Put that up. Heal Barrack. Okay.
I will aid you. I'm going down!
Damn it, Barrack's down. We're gonna pile up on her. You can't get to your target, so put a contingency on her.
On it.
Hope you fancy red.
You go to the pit. There we go. More magic.
Will do.
As you command.
I'll tear your scalp.
Now we gotta wait for Barrack's embarrassing moment to heal up.
I'll be your shadow.
there. This bridge is down, so we could use high ground advantage here. We're kind of caster heavy. See, look at this. What assholes. Just kill and raid, why don't you? We got two up here. Barracks in the scene. Haunt them.
Send them at me in waves!
I'm on it.
Kill Barrack. Barrack kills Barrack. Missile.
Graven Ash protects.
As you command.
Smash to pieces!
Skewer. Shield. What magic you got for me?
You got it.
Can I have a reprieve, Fatebinder?
I'll be your shadow.
Right.
Okay. Now's when I play nasty tactics. No, you can wait.
Look at
Your combat station. Now we talk.
Let's be off. Let's have it then.
Do that. Do a magic missile.
Send me your champion!
Right.
Okay. No. Hold. Hold. There we go. See, now we just got one guy to deal with.
You got it.
Come and feast my ire!
Magic missile. What you got for me? Magic missiles.
I'll take care of it.
Let them think they can hit me.
And now we do it again.
Sorry, I can't. Sorry, I can't.
Eric, move.
Graven Ash protects.
Apologies, but I can't do that.
Garrus? I just friggin' realized it's friggin' Garrus. No. You're casting that. Next up.
I'll take care of it.
Come at me, grave meat.
It'll take more than that.
And we have a level. Party buff is never a bad idea. And now all I got is one raider left.
Take me if you can!
Ready?
I will aid you.
I got it.
Check on Eldian. Takes walking about here. Thank you, Fatebinder. You're better distraction than I could have hoped. That's what I need. How competent are your enemies? I sense an edict in the future. look who's here. Just a bit too late, aren't you? Now that I have the Mage Bane and the Forge-bound Master, nothing can stop me from unleashing the Bane on Lethian's Crossing. You motherless curl. As soon as I free myself, and make no mistake, I will free myself, your blood will join your underlings on my armor. It'll make more than a hammer to take my... It'll take more than a hammer to my head to take me down. Coward using men as a distraction. You are no match for me. With the Bane free, I will drive out invaders and think this is their home. At the Bronze Brotherhood. Now, if you excuse me, I have a town to endanger, so I can save it.
Look at that! Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
This weapon is entirely worthless.
Ooh, I'm getting hit a lot. 4.
Bleed out, you...
Someone staunch my bleeding.
Yourself.
I will aid you.
Okay, this is gonna be tough.
Let us take them together!
Anyone in the red? Orange, I see an orange. Orange is a good color to take down.
Sorry, I can't.
Okay. Yourself.
You got dark all of a sudden.
Should do the trick.
You can't. Oh, someone stitch. Me up.
is what happens when you...
Sorry about that.
That's down. Fire.
Seeing an awful lot of red.
Have it no other way.
Even a Fury needs her sleep.
Right.
He should be in his house, right? That's where you think he would be. Settler. Hey, Binder, come in. Rate him on Stoller. Beginning to believe we're finally safe. But a celebration before it's time. Yeah, there's no chance of getting another helm. My friends, please go back to your homes for now. The Fatebinder has taken care of the invaders. This can't be happening. It just can't. Fatebinder, come speak to me before you leave. I have some, let's say, special supplies to me. I hate to add a request upon request, Fatebinder, but I would ask one more thing of you. The recent attack was horrific, and there are a lot of folks that are in a bit of trouble now. Lohara lost some of her men in the attack, and she's stretched thin. I'm sure she's going to need all the help she can get. Some townsmen have gone missing, and no doubt assistance could be used. Please ask the tone, folks. At risk of sounding like a Lord I told you so, Archon of the obvious, what in Kairos' name was the long-term plan? They just leave the main mage bane sitting out in the open? Unless they were willing to commit armed guards day and night, it's just asking for someone to seal it. I know we're asking a lot. Any idea where they might have taken? Doesn't like to stay in one place for too long, so I can't point you to one location. Haven's full of thick forested cavern. Hey Luigi, how's it going? Forested caravan routes and river crossings. They'd like to make themselves home, and then, just when word travels whereabouts, they pick up and move on. Crafty fellows. That Radomon will continue that routine with Zidania and Magebane in tow. And sometimes he moves through the old walls, which are the settlers feeling not well. Okay? Why do you think? I think it's safer to say that Radomon attacked. Perhaps. Okay. Interesting question. Truth be told, Forge Bound and the Bronze Brotherhood never really got along. The Iron Workers think themselves of artisans and see the Brotherhood as soldiers, as dim-witted thugs. The Brotherhood, for their part, sees the Forge Bound as docile servants of the Overlord. Heard some rumblings. Noticed that their leader is paranoid, sort of. Okay. I have other questions. Well, you can be the dick. I'm playing it as someone that's trying to maintain order. I'm not necessarily evil. Well, I am evil, but I'm not necessarily the douche kind of evil. I never really aspired to be a dick. I just wanted to see what it's like on the other side, you know? Wouldn't say necessarily lawful either. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry we couldn't under better circumstances. That you wanted to see me. Yes, simply unacceptable. I've sent notice to Narat that regarding the theft and kidnapping. While I wait a response, you should search for the forge bound. Being as someone has dealt with Narat for some time, I recommend that you switch to set immediately. After you do, you might want to think about offering 1 or 2 to appease the boss. Where do I even look for the forge? Not sure. Heard reports of the Brotherhood hiding inside the old walls, but I don't think you should run headlong into that. Could be a floor. Deserter's March. See your wares. Two. 2. 5. Okay, what are you up to? You have 0. Nine of these. You have 5. You have nada. Can I split you? I wonder if it's left clicking. No. No, I don't want that. I want to split the amount. And my party's literally a fixed group because I went mage. I tried shift click too. Okay. So let's look at our hotbars. Okay. That should be way up there in 0 land. That doesn't need to be on the hotbar. I didn't want to drink it. There we go. Healing, good. Deflection. That one I like to have on the hotbar, that one I don't. There we go. Okay, her hotbar is good. She can have that on the hotbar. Spectral blur, okay. Your hotbar's good. You don't have a lot of abilities. Well, yours are on here. So you're good. Okay.
At your service. I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss? And I'd be happy to oblige. Ever since the fall of the Vellum Citadel, it is hard to find someone with whom I can discuss such things.
Kairos cast many over the ages, and to my knowledge, has never worded two edicts exactly the same. Edicts defy our understanding of magic. Kairos' magic works vast distances over indefinite durations, and no archon or mere mage can counter the force of an edict. I explain to my students like this. A spell is to an edict what a drop of rain is to a hurricane. Edicts and spells are both magical cantrips, but diverse in intensity by orders of magnitude. Edicts are almost commands to Tyranny that must be carried out until the instructions allow for the magic to end. If Kairos wants a plague until next Judge's Day, expect copious buboes until the next Judge's Day. Nothing has ever dispelled an edict, nothing outside of the edict's own sunset clause. Look at them. Here's him. It seems like the Archons were about to kill each other, and the threat of mutual destruction was all about was about all Kairos had left. I imagine the fear is the only way that gets someone like the Voices in Rat to follow orders, and the edict certainly did put them into action. The Edict of Stone ravaged the realm of Azure. The upheaval of earth and rock turned into rolling plains into craggy steppe known as the Stone Sea. And since the edict was directed at a treacherous Archon of Stone, it would seem the upheaval of Azure was a secondary consequence, though I imagine little of what Kairos does unintentional. I know that you warned us I'm alive today because of you, as are many of my brothers and sisters. I'm most certain you were not ordered to warn us, so all the more reason to honor your decision. A most noble sentiment. The edict was had its intended effect. It crushed the will of the school and scattered the sages to the wind. I'm glad it brought an end to the conflict, and thanks to your warning, without further loss of life. The Edict of Storms turned a once great forested lands as stalwart into a windswept wasteland. They call it the Blade Grave. Now, since only iron and bronze armaments remain, hurricane breezes, rust winds, and relentless lightning have destroyed housing and farmlands. Do edicts work on the same artifact principles?
Edicts are the strongest manifestation of magic we know, and they seem to violate all other lesser phenomena. No dispel cantrip has ever dented or abated an edict. Even Archons with powers of great durability cannot shrug off their effects. Just look at Cairn. Now, what I find curious, edicts can flex a little. Or so my studies suggest this is the case. Take the Edict of Storms. While the day it was proclaimed was the most violent, the actual radius of the storm has changed over time. But most will have none of my hypotheses on this matter. So, in my studies, some edicts resolve some problem of the overlords and then vanish into history. But the edicts that linger around, almost all of them begin to widen. Their effects become more intense. Here's the intriguing part. The older the edict, and the more that's written about it, the more the reports of that edict get more dire over time.
Perhaps edicts have a life of their own, once set in motion.
Something to that effect, at least. I contend that edicts are powered by fear. Fear of Kairos helps fuel the casting, and fear of the edict feeds the magic, sustaining it, and if enough people fear it, even growing it a bit. I thought just that, but wherever an edict is cast or has been cast, the land will always hum with a little background noise, if your ears trained to listen. If anything, it seems edicts add more magic into the world, not the other way around. Intellectual honesty demands that I study the matter more. If I'm correct, the more people fear and obsess over an edict, the stronger it becomes. Anyway, Another study for another time, and I'd be happy to oblige. Ever since the fall of the Vellum Citadel,
I've studied many of the Archons for many years. Compared to the other sages, I'm an expert in the subject, which is sad because I feel like there's so much to learn. How does the magic of Archons work? The Archons have magical powers that are intuitive. When the voices in the rat pulls someone's mind, or the Graven Ash protects soldiers, that magic isn't a signified spell or a ritual. Then it's closer to flexing of one's hand. Archons are the, what's the word for it? Axiom of magic, root of all magic, spell pioneers? I'm sure the analogy is off in many ways, but I see the Archons as more mothers of original magic, and everyone else is just imitating them. To confuse things a bit, some Archons can learn to cast other spells in the same fashion as us lesser mages. If you are important as an Archon, you can quickly learn all spell knowledge is power. I've studied many of the Archons for many years. Compared to other sages, I'm an expert. Okay. Look. Officially, yes. Actually, no. Those with true magic, gift for magic, always come to the attention of Kairos. A few managed to evade the attention for a bit. The School of the Tides was founded by one such uncontrollable, but these are history's exceptions. When we write biography of the Archons, we often refer to them as exarchs in their formative years, before stepping into their prime. But officially, Kairos is supposed to grant all titles of Archon. It's quite the faux pas to self-appellate. Are Archons born or bred? I think we all dream of the day then waking up given some sort of madman looms have exhibited mystical greatness. It can seem unfair that the rest of us can't do it. I can say with confidence that Archons aren't born, they become. Raven Ash is a good study of this. Before he was the Archon of War, he was a successful commander, each victory more daring and glorious than the next. Somewhere along the way, his leadership took on mystical quantities. The Raven Ash we know today can reach out and protect his soldiers from harm, but maybe at first he could just protect those near him. I wouldn't know for certain, but all will attest that he didn't have this power his whole life.
and I'd be happy to oblige. I've forgotten more than most bloodchanters have ever learned. What do you want to know? I think you know all I can teach you.
Sage Sin didn't tutored me in traditional sigils, those of preservation, concealment, and healing, as derived from bygone archons of Theravis, Fading Wrath, and the Orphan Midwife. Preservation magic is largely functional, sealing parchment, binding books, that sort of thing. All of us chroniclers learn concealment magic, as our ideal method would be to study events without contaminating decisions being made. Healing magic? Many of us modern sages study this a great deal. Can you tell me about singing magic? Scholars don't have a good word for what archons do when they cast magic. Couldn't tell you how Graven Ass casts his protection over his soldiers, nor would I tell you how Blended Mark consciously decides to move through shadow. But when us mere mages cast a spell, we do so by signing the sigil of an archon that previously discovered the magical phenomenon in question. Okay.
You look as if you have something on your mind. What can I do for you? Suffice it to say, my armor and I will not be separated for the time being. My armor saved me from the destruction of Stalwart, where thousands of others...
Okay. Anything I can talk
At
about?
your service, Fatebinder. What do you need?
Okay. This way I don't have to do that conversation again.
You didn't see nothing.
You see what I see? Do you have eyes on this?
I'll take the missive. What the hell's the missive do? Okay, I don't think these guys are hostile. I'm enjoying, as somebody that hasn't played or doesn't play these kind of games normally, I can tell you I'm enjoying it. So, but I've also received the code as a copy, or a copy from the devs for the purposes of streaming. So, little column A, little column B. Redman is a murderer, a thief, and a coward. How can you stand with him? He went too far. Death is inevitable in war, but slaughtering the innocent settlers? What possible reason could he have to kill them? They were regrettable but necessary. If we want to keep Lithian's Crossing out of Kairos' hands. Everyone calm down. You are right, Fatebinder. Have your men lower your weapons, and I will do the same. Fatebinder, I implore you to help us. I want to avoid bloodshed if at all possible.
You learn something every day.
I leveled up. Use a little more accuracy. Fatebinder, I know your recent events were unusual as well as regrettable. In light of Rate Common's actions of forcing your hand, we will overlook the Brotherhood blood on your sword. Right now, the important thing is to convince Mirik that the... No, we might be mercenaries, but we aren't murderers. Mirik is a loyalist, so he follows me without question. No matter how crazy they are, Mirik isn't an evil person. He just has a hard time thinking for himself and is easily manipulated. Oh dear. Only I knew. Doesn't trust you, Fatebinder. Why should I trust? Because we can find a peaceful solution to this problem. If that were possible, Rate Common would have already found a way. But you're welcome to try, no matter how futile your effort. What do you want to know? Why are you in Deserter's March? Raytamon sent me here to retrieve loyal soldiers I can find. I assumed that it would include Locke, but apparently I was wrong. The penalty for disloyalty is death. Need to talk to him. It will be in the old walls of the Twin Rivers. Before you ask, I don't know what he's doing there, but even if you follow him, you won't find him because you don't have the keystone. Gotten all the information you get out of me. I don't ask. How can you follow a man who kills his own men so indiscriminately? They must have been traitors in the Bronze Brotherhood. Otherwise, Raytomon wouldn't have killed them. That's how it has to be. If Raytomon kills the Bronze Brotherhood, must have a... You might have a point, Fatebinder, but I still don't trust your motives. I'm not going to turn over leader of a Brotherhood on speculation. Then you must have been traitors in the Bronze... We're in the middle of a war. Fatebinder people die. Perhaps they betrayed him. Trying to mutiny. No, he's doing his best for... Yes, he must be... Yes. I know everything he does will be good for everybody. We just have to trust him. Have you had any luck? He once was. Merrick, think about what it used to mean to be a brother, and what a brotherhood used to be. The Rickman we knew would never do these horrible things to his own men. You will die if you keep with him. But he has never led us wrong, Locke. Don't you remember? Nothing could stop us. No one could hold us back. What happened? No. Raytomon may have his flaws, but I am a failure as a soldier if I don't follow my leader regardless of shortcoming. I'm sorry, brother. The price of betrayal is death.
Heads up!
I tried to resolve this peacefully. This is what you guys do.
I will aid
Company.
It'll take more than that.
Okay. Up here.
Not a problem, boss. On it. Will do.
I'd hoped to avoid the bloodshed. He didn't need to die. But there was no other way this could have ended. Raytomon needs to pay for what he has done to his people. If you want to find Raytomon, search Merrick. If anyone knows where that madman is, he will. That's one of the keystones Raytomon uses to enter the old walls of the Twin Rivers. If Merrick has a keystone, Raytomon must be there.
My armor feels lighter.
Okay. No penalty to ability and spell cooldown. Bit of favor, bit of wrath. Okay. Oh yeah, I was
Can't do that.
kinda in his way. Let's grab the free stuff.
Sorry, I can't.
Or not. I need to go there because I need to get an upgrade. Okay. Keep running into things that I can't use. That's not really gonna help a whole lot. Those are Spire resources? Okay. I'd love to get these, but... Okay, let's go to my Spire. Nope. There it is. Where is Lysandra?
On it.
Vivos, Satis. Fatebinder Alice, an honor to meet you. Was well met. Your reputation, I've heard the stories yet, I'm sure. Forgive me for saying, but I find myself relieved, ma'am. Consider yourself forgiven. Considering your service, ma'am. Show me what you got. Okay. Swordbreaker. I'd like to train. Okay. Where is... There's Lysandra. Fatebinder, catch. Brave but foolish. I'm gonna shoot up your tissue. Continue.
Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
There we go. Talk to Siren.
Good day, Fatebinder. It's always nice to see you. What do you need?
Do I have loyalty too? Of course. One of the good things that come out of my time with Kairos was my education. My teachers insisted I be trained in a proper way to speak with the royal court. I was frequently mistaken for someone older. I think I got away with a lot more than I could have otherwise. For all their failings, they sure made sure I was properly educated. Me some tricks? Nice. I'd like to know more about you. Tell me about your homeland. So to say, it's a fuzzy memory, hardly worth recalling. I was born in the northern farming village without a name. So they were out there. A bunch of families ended up settling near each other, and that was my village. It was about 20 miles south from Shadow's Rest. And you probably haven't heard of that either. We were farmers, poor and isolated. Nothing about my home or past is worth dwelling on, Fatebinder. I barely remember my father. My mother is dead. The only purpose anyone ever wanted me was my song. The girl is powerful. Bring the songbird. We need a blessing. Her crops are withering. Nothing in the past is worth dwelling on. Looks to me like you remember something. I suppose when an angry mob that fears you stones your mother to death, she shields you with her body, sticks with you. How long have you been practicing magic? Always. I have no memory of being without the power. And my driving force and okay. You want to know? How did you meet Narat? I met when I was unceremoniously dumped on his doorstep by Kairos. All I felt toward it sensed was sheer hatred. When one person tires of me, they turn me off to another. Asked me to be quite handful. No one truly prepared, I suppose. What did Kairos give you to Narat? I made the mistake of trying my song on Kairos, and forgiveness isn't exactly the Overlord's vocabulary. Interesting enough, I think it almost worked. Can you imagine how differently things would have turned out if I had a little more practice? I was brought out at once of the many lavish gatherings thrown out of the palace. Kairos loved showing me off, you know, pressing the gathered elite. So I performed, I sang, I danced, I convinced people to join in. But then, in the middle of it all, I had a brilliant idea to work one more performance into the show. Something that would have been the ultimate end to the evening. I added a counterpoint to my song, and directed it at Kairos in it. I mentioned that it might be in everyone's best interest that Kairos ended up impaled on a sword, and I honestly didn't think it would work, but why not try, right? It went as far as Kairos unsheathing one of his royal guard swords, but then everything stopped. I don't know why. Probably me. I got too excited and lost control. Whatever the reason, Kairos was suddenly out of my control. Let out a terrible shout. Of course I was, but I've seen how the world works, especially Kairos' world. People don't live long, and they're disposed of. Violent and sudden. I figured I was dead anyway, so why not try it? You were trying to save the world? Fine, I was trying to save my own skin. Happy? I was 12. Go on. Everyone stared, frozen. But the yell echoed going back at us, Cairo quickly recovered and gave the appearance of cheering us on, but I was convinced I was about to die. Interesting, my execution never came. I finally realized I couldn't have been punished at the party because Kairos would have to admit that I had exerted my will onto the Overlord, and without a good reason to call for my death, I couldn't have been executed afterwards. I was a songbird. I did nothing but spread Kairos' will and gather the armies. Would you execute your best and most loved recruiting tool? So Kairos worked with Narat and they gave me this helmet to bring me back in line. I've been inside the mine time after time, and I've never been able to get a handle on what's going on in there. Every time I talk to it, it feels different person talking to me. Every one of them wants something different. Now, Ned hasn't quite gotten right. The heart of the storm. I think you should ask me what he hasn't had me do, or at least tried to make me do. I've been inside the mine time after time, never been able to get a handle. Okay? Wait a minute. Oh, come on, Fatebinder, you can't be that naive. I'm still a child, and I know about adult urgings, as one of my old teachers clumsily put it. Somewhere inside that chaotic mind, I saw the most depraved and deserving desires I've ever had the misfortune of feeling. No matter what Narat says to you, do not trust it. It'll always end badly. It's the bane of my existence and something that's incredibly painful to talk about, so why not? What does it do? Makes me impotent. You have any idea what it's like to have a hurricane raging inside you? Feel the gigantic gale crashing against you, but release only a gentle summer breeze? Carson Rat made it just for me. If I attempt anything more powerful than a simple tune, it will kill me. Why do you have it? I tried to kill Kairos once. He and Narat decided that I posed too much of a threat, so they muzzled me. They're tactile. And they pulled out my teeth. Why can't you simply take it off? Gee, Fatebinder, I never thought of that. Here. You could unclasp it for me so I can get out of it, because I'll die if it isn't removed the proper way. Can't take it off. Why try to get me to remove it when we met? How could someone be... I knew you wouldn't be able to remove it. That's not what I was trying to do. You're a Fatebinder, and do you honestly think I was going to pass up the opportunity to try and control Fatebinder? Because I doubt Narat and Kairos would go through all the trouble just to play a trick on me. Something this subtle, elaborate, long-lasting isn't really their style, at least not Narat's. Narat told me the helmet would kill me if I removed it. While it might be a lying monster, it loves telling the truth, and if the truth causes an extra bit of pain. What would it take to remove it? Someone beating information out of the Narat or Kairos. They're the only ones who know how it was constructed and how it works. They tried magic, it didn't really work. Problem is, spells can be broken, counterspells can be found, and guards can be bribed. People can have accidents. Let's talk about something else.
What do you need?
I know a great deal about it. How long have you been here? Since the beginning of the occupation, Kairos wanted me out of sight, but still in use, so I was given to Narat. Used me to gather fodder, of course. John, he makes me uncomfortable. There's nothing behind that mask. It's dark and empty. What do you mean? Everyone has a presence. It's how my magic works. I reach into them and convince their presence to do what I want. He has no presence. When I reached into him, there was nothing. It's bleak. I never want to feel that again. I can't influence an army, but I can persuade them to feel the way I want them to. If I want to get someone to do a specific thing for me, I have to get inside their head. That requires a lot more effort. No one can keep me out, but if they're aware what I'm doing, I can't force them to do anything. You don't know. How'd you come to work for Kairos? After my father betrayed me and got my mother killed, I was taken by Kairos' men. I honestly don't know where we went. Other than that, it seems like it took forever to get there. Then I was put to school. It was a wonderful and horrible time. I learned how to control and maximize my power, but they underestimated my abilities or overestimated theirs. I think more the latter than the former. They unleashed my true power. Did they believe I wouldn't try to run with it? They tried to train and mold me, and in that they succeeded, but they also tried to brainwash and break me, and in that they failed spectacularly. But I was punished for it. They assumed my abilities were exaggerated. They were powerful mages who had spent years training at their art. How could a little girl ever rival to their top prowess? I grew tired of their condensation. I hated them for treating me like a child. Their rules, their discipline, their training. They had killed my mother, and I would make them pay for it. One day, I got bored in class. The teacher, droning voice, was putting me to sleep in the afternoon heat. So I thought I'd have a little fun. He was distracted, and he let his defenses down, and made a threat. I can just feel it. If someone is alert or aware of what's going on, it's a lot harder to get inside. But I knew when they're vulnerable, I know how to take advantage. I started humming, nothing that would attract his attention, of course, a lullaby my mother sang to me. Fitting, I thought, to invade this man with the song that was taught to me by the woman they destroyed. I could tell it had gotten inside of him when he slowed down ever so slightly. I started singing wordlessly, standing, working in hand motions. They were completely unnecessary. I had been trained to be a performer. Then I worked my words. The window, I sang to him. Look. What's at the window? He turned, entranced, and stared outside, his mouth moving silently as he dreamed answer to my question. What's out there? I asked him. What could it be? I was elated. The fool had left himself alone and vulnerable. This 8-year-old dominated his mind. Walked to the window. Of course. Didn't mean for him to fall. He was just looking at the window and reached up as if to touch whatever was there. Wait. Are you punished? They wanted to cut my tongue, even at 8. I didn't blame them. It's what I would have done. But Kairos said no. Doing possibly the one kind act you'd ever did for me. With the power of speech, I was essentially useless. So they muzzled me. I knew simply holding my mouth that wasn't going to make it sufficient, so they got creative using sage magic. They put my voice in stasis when I wasn't in class. I could go through the motions of speech, but nothing came out. Oh, did they take their pleasure in it? Between the classes, they gave me chores. They berated me. They beat me. I was their slave. The only true reason I lived was by Kairos' whim, but I was tortured by everyone else's. There were at least 2 teachers in my class after the incident. I was always accompanied by 2 guards, both of whom had been deafened so I couldn't affect them. I accidentally killed one man. They were acting like I destroyed a realm. For several years I was surrounded by people who would smile to my face and sneer when I turned away. They were supposedly my mentors, my teachers, but all they did was resent me. They taught me to refine and control my voice. The power became more directed, more powerful, more subtle. I no longer needed to specifically say what I wanted people to do. I could just think what I wanted, how I felt. And the weaker the mind, the faster they would respond. They required me to sing, or at very least music. Everything was done for Kairos' edification. Yes, there's signs of her power, and I was used to bring them about. People praised my name to the extent that was allowed. But if the focus of adoration ever truly pointed towards me, it was quickly stifled. I didn't see much of Kairos. She was busy taking care of her affairs, but I was never allowed to forget by whose power I was allowed to exist. Honestly, didn't really think of at first. If I wasn't getting daily reminders that he owned me and could kill me at any time he wanted, I would have completely forgotten he existed. Did I? How clumsy of me. Must be a slip of the tongue. Kairos a man or a woman? You really don't know, do you? That's fascinating. I assumed a Fatebinder would have been given the audience with him. But it doesn't seem like she'd let you perform actions in his name without speaking to you. That's a part of the mystique, isn't it? If your enemies don't know anything about you, how can they properly plan? So why would Kairos let anything out that he didn't want the world to know? No, a lady has to keep some secrets.
What do you need? Are we trading in gossip now, Fatebinder? Or are you collecting information to use against us? What do you want to know about? The walking ring pile? Let's hope you never have to go anywhere unnoticed. There's nothing particularly wrong with him, I suppose, but he doesn't seem overly bright. I mean, what kind of idiot do you have to be if you can't even take off your armor? Maybe he's pretty, but wrapped in that getup, who can tell?
What was that you said? I couldn't quite hear you.
It's okay, Barrick. I didn't say anything about anyone important.
She's slowly.
I'll admit he can handle himself in a fight, but he could use a little more up here. She's got some power in there, that's for sure. And as long as I'm crippled, I will, begrudgingly mind you, admit she could probably win if we were pitted against each other. Although I'm more than happy to give her a try. Are you game, Eb? Think you could take me out?
I'm sorry, sweetie, I'm confused. Are you offering me a duel or something a little more down and dirty?
You know what I meant!
Oh, don't worry, dear. You're far too young for me. I like someone with a little wear and tear on them, and not just up here.
Though I suppose I should watch myself around her. You never know how people will react to a challenge. I'm not entirely sure what to say. I don't think much of her because I try not to think of her much. Have you seen the way she stares at me? Is that a smile? Or is she hoping I let down my guard so she can tear out my throat? Beastmen are too hard to read. Their thoughts are all blood and rending and rutting.
I'm not always thinking of killing with rending claws. Sometimes I'm thinking how human packmates are like brood cubs, like hairless first-season whelps. Need cleaning and protecting. Need beast woman.
And then it goes from death and blood to love and care, or whatever constitutes love and care to a beast woman, which could very well involve blood and rending and rutting. It's all very confusing. I don't hate her, but she has the uncanny ability to make me uncomfortable without knowing exactly why I feel that way. I'm jealous of him. I've heard so much about the Vellum Citadel, and he actually got to see it before all the unpleasantness. The sheer amount of power lost that day is only dwarfed by the amount of power required to cause the destruction, and the power to stop it. The sages have my respect. And by extension, Lantry. Although, I'm not overly happy it was sage magic they used to bind my tongue when I was a child. I can hardly hold him responsible for that.
How kind of you, my lady. It's heartening to hear that someone of your immense station considers a lowly sage like me to be worthy of your attention.
Although not all sages are necessarily worthy of praise. Some are a little overly fond of excesses, of one kind or another. That bitch? I'd walk her off the spire if I knew I could get away with it. I don't know why you even waste your time with her. Oh, don't give me that look, Verse. I'm not gonna pretend to like someone I don't. At least you know where I stand. Subterfuge is so low class.
Trust me, you manipulative worm. The feeling is mutual. And I find it ironic that you find subterfuge low class, considering how you get inside people's minds and fuck them over. If I could get away with it, I'd put a blade inside that pretty little head of yours and twist until your mind was as scrambled as those you invade.
How vivid. She's rude, violent, bait. What do you need?
Okay. That was
Yes.
some crazy stuff. But it seems like... Where can I get a merchant? And all this, I still haven't found a freaking merchant. But alas, I have to save because it is time over. Though I will be on later with this. Oh man, this game is so enthralling. I would like to thank you all for watching. You can check us out at techraptor.net. Techraptor.net. Gaming, tech, tabletop, news, and reviews. My name is Kevin. I will see you guys later. Bye for now.